Let's go on record again. Good morning. We do have one matter, a little bit out of order from the 10 o'clock docket, Mr. Ayala Vega. There's a motion here to reset the matter. There is no date to which the matter should be continued. Is any agreement about that or thought of that? March 2, 16 or 30?
March 16th, Your Honor.
March 16th.
The agreement council reached.
Signing the order. Matter will be reset to March 16th with notice to be sent to council and the defendant. Lydia Dawson. Ms. Dawson, good morning. How are you? Is this dealing with the end of one of these stipulated orders for continuance? I guess the problem is the money part of it.
Got it.
What now?
I got it.
Well, I am pretty certain then that if you make that payment in full today, that the city may well give you the benefit of your bargain and call it good.
It's 200, right?
It looks like it is 100 each case, I think.
So 200?
For a total of 200, yes. If I'm reading this right, nobody trusts me with the money end of things. But Ms. Dawson, how was life going otherwise?
It's going pretty good. Yeah, things are going real good. I just turned 24 2 days ago, Valentine's Day. So
That is great. We'll call it good. You're in full compliance. You get the benefit of your bargain with the city. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
thank you.
There's an order here. I don't know if I have to, don't need to do anything. As long as you pay for it, hearing scratched, case closed.
Do I just go to the front desk?
You bet. Just go to the front window and say, I'm here to take care of the financial obligation, and they'll cheerfully take your money, give you a receipt, and send you on your way. Ms. Dawson, I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and thanks for coming in. Okay. All this good news. And rather than read through the docket, somebody else is here for a review hearing for the and your name is last name. Mr. Baylor, come on up and have a seat if you would. Review. It looks like there's a new violation with the county.
Well, I was in my own home when that happened. I wasn't driving or nothing.
What's the status of the?
I have no idea for sure. My next hearing, I believe, is the 18th of March. And then they ain't sure.
Law-abiding behavior is always a condition of any sentence in any matter. Of major concern to me, mostly of concern to me, would be any further alcohol-related or driving.
Oh, no, I don't. No, I learned my lesson the first time.
Mr. Review, it looks like the matter is still pending in the county. If we can call it good or reset it to see how the disposition is. You think your next hearing is?
Excuse me?
When is your next hearing? In March?
March, I believe it's the 18th, 16th or the 18th of March. I got the paperwork at home.
And of course, that's for a pretrial hearing, I'm assuming, or?
Well, yeah, they keep moving it up. I don't know what the status is. I just want to get it over with, get it behind me. there. I don't know what's taking them so long, so.
Does the city know whether or not this was an alcohol related incident? That's it. But
No.
without any,
No, it was my
Mr. Brown,
grandson was
what I'm gonna
threatening
do
to
is
kill
this.
me and then
I'm gonna
I hit
strike
him.
the hearing, subject to renoting, if it turns out, that it does result in a conviction, the city may want you back, but since the matter is still pending, I don't want to do anything right now. I'm gonna wish you the best of luck with that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, we do have a current address. If that changes, please let us know.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor.
You take care of yourself. Thanks, thank you for your patience. You have a good day.
You too.
I'll try. And do we have anybody? And it's all going on 8:30. We can go off record, I guess, for a minute. Erica. Now, how are you? Call the matter of Yelm versus Erica Fleming, who just walked in. Ms. Fleming, the docket indicates that we need a day in jail and some sort of something about treatment. What's going on?
Yes, so the last time we spoke, I was saying that I would rather do inpatient.
Yes,
And so I did do it. I have my certificate and my coin. Would you like to see it?
yes, I would. Yes, could you show it to
Okay,
could you show it to the prosecutor first? Very much like to see that. Okay. How long were you inpatient?
I did 5 days, because you had to go to the detox first, so I did 5 days in the detox and 28 days in the inpatient.
Are you in any sort of aftercare at all? No. How's everything going? I'm sure you probably know whether you need aftercare or not, much better than anybody.
Yes,
in the
no,
world.
well,
Is life going okay?
yes,
Yes, it sounds like about the same answer I would give, and well, kind of yes and no, but
yeah, no, being an inpatient, taught me a lot about, like, emotions and stuff, and like traumas and triggers, so it was nice to be in there and have counselors speak with me about certain stuff, because like I thought that sometimes when I reacted, it was like I didn't know that I was operating from a place of like trauma and stuff, so it was a lot of beneficial information in there, and yeah, I took advantage of, learning new information, so it was pretty cool, very interesting. I've never been in a place like that before. So,
the experience you
yes.
don't want to repeat, I'm sure.
No,
That was,
no.
and I'm sure you learned hopefully what you need to do to avoid repeating that.
Yes,
Mr. Redfield, having done inpatient, I'm tempted to give credit for the 1 day to be served. I'll hear the city has any disagreement or any input, we'll take that. Ms. Fleming, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We're going to call you in full compliance. You look healthy, you look well, you're smiling, you look happy, and that's a good thing to see. Most of the people that come in here aren't so happy. No, life is good if you let it be good, but there are those speed bumps as we go through it. You put up with that and you go beyond it and learn. You use the word I like to hear, triggers. If you've identified the triggers that apply to you, you're way ahead of a lot of people. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Strike the hearing, find you in full compliance. Your main obligation is stay out of trouble. And more
okay, so you will
informally,
not see me again ever.
be happy, enjoy life, okay?
Thank you so much.
You have a good one, and thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself. And your certificate, you can get that at the front counter. I did want a copy of it for the file,
Okay,
but you take care of yourself, okay?
thank you. I will. Thank you so much.
Have a good one. Thank you, ma'am.
Guys, have a great day.
Well, the jail is on, but we don't have ma'am, are you here for,
Yeah, I was 8:15, so you know,
what's your last name?
Mills,
Chloe, Linnea Wills. Ms. Wills, come on up and have a seat. It looks like you're at the end of an SOC. There's $250 owing. Do you have any wish, if you're in violation of the SOC, the city may move to, usually moves to simply have a conviction entered, which will go on your record as such and close the case. I haven't heard any recommendation yet. Do you have anything you'd like to tell
I
me?
was unaware of that fee until recently when I got incarcerated.
What would you like to do here?
Can I make payments? Like 100 and then another 150,
How long would it take you to pay it in full?
2 months,
How much?
2 months?
2 months?
Is that one?
I'm fine with that.
If the city is fine with that, it's their, again, it's their agreement with you.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of on the sideline, the arbiter here. If the city's willing to give you a couple of months, why don't we reset the case to April? How about April 27th?
That's perfect. And then, I'm not from this area either. Can I make payments online or do I have to walk it in?
I'm not sure how that works.
Okay. This is hard to find.
We're resetting the matter to April 27th at 8:15 in the morning. Ms. Mills, I'll be signing electronically the order. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window out front.
Okay.
City willing to waive appearance if Ms. Mills is paid in full. If you're paid in full, you have a court date, you don't need to show up for that unless you haven't made the payments.
Okay.
If you've made the payments, you don't need to show up. We'll simply call you good and close the case. Now, but you better call here to make sure
Okay.
that
Will do.
that everything is in order. It says you are currently editing. That took a moment. But I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Select. I'm getting the one error found. Here we go. How about reschedule? There's something. Yeah.
That way I can check it.
See. And then nothing happened. Nothing happened. Do I have to close it?
Yeah, and then
Ms. Mills, the Oak Courts system sometimes is a little more difficult than
Go back.
there we are. Yeah. We redid it. Okay, good. You are currently doing. Let's see. Good. The perfect. Ms. Mills, at long last, I've signed electronically the order on today's hearing. You get a copy of that. Any questions at all?
No.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and they always better late than never. As long as you get this paid,
Yeah.
be taken care of. You have a good day.
I'm good.
And that's it for, yes, please go to the window outside the courtroom to the left, get a copy of the order and.
Thank you.
And again, if you haven't paid in full, be here. And if you have paid in full, make sure you check with us to make sure everything's okay. Mr. Haverko, good morning. You're muted, but we're ready to take any matters you have at this time.
Thank you, Judge. This is Stephanie Hohenowski. She has several matters that are on this morning, some compliance matters and then some new matters. I had the liberty of speaking with her yesterday in the Nisqually jail, as she would like counsel appointed. She has 1, 2, I believe 3 arraignment matters. So she wants me appointed on those, and then we have a disposition on that. I've reviewed with her what an arraignment is, to be read the charges and read her rights and the maxims that can be imposed. So she does understand those. The parties have reached an agreement. I've prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty pursuant to that agreement. And essentially, she intends on entering pleas to on the 3 new arraignment cases. She's entering pleas to on 2 of the cases, and then on the case ending in 665, as part of a global resolution, the city is going to agree to dismiss those commensurate with the court's acceptance of the pleas. And I have reviewed with her the right she gives up by entering a plea, and ask your honor to inquire.
Good morning, ma'am. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Is your full name Stephanie Connie Hohenowski?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hohenowski, first, let me tell you this. I don't like to hold people in jail, but page of a docket here, and you keep offending, and I keep releasing you, and you keep not showing up for court. I felt like I didn't have any choice.
I understand.
In any event, I've heard what your attorney said. I am appointing him to represent you with regard to all your matters. Do you disagree with anything he said?
No, sir.
You are set for arraignment on 2 of the matters anyway. Your attorney's indicated that you're willing to waive arraignment and proceed to a disposition on all cases.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm looking at a statement of on plea of guilty that tells me that you're 34 years of age.
34, yes, sir.
Going through the plea form.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you okay with reading the English language and going over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Guilty is to 3 counts. 1 is criminal trespass in the 2nd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on July 22nd, 2022. The 2nd count is theft in the 3rd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on June 20th, 2022. And the 3rd charge you're pleading guilty to is obstructing a public servant, which is alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 14th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
And if You had any question about what it was to, what it meant to plead guilty? Was your question answered?
I do not have any questions.
Now, the obstruction, those are misdemeanors. The maximum penalty for obstruction, that would be a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. The other two charges, criminal trespass at second degree, are simple misdemeanors. Maximum penalty for each would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I would be free to impose the maximum if I saw fit, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that.
Yes, sir.
With regard to 3 counts then, criminal trespass in the second degree, 2 counts alleged to be, or excuse me, 1 count alleged to have occurred on July 22nd, 2022. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
With regard to 1 count of theft, third degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on June 20th, 2022. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
With regard to 1 charge alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 14th, 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make those pleas freely and voluntarily.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
Someone else came reviewing the plea form. Of course, if I Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Oh, nothing, Your Honor. She apologizes for, not making, getting herself to court and, understands the importance of showing up. City's just recommending essentially time served. I don't believe they're going to take any action on the failure to comply cases. And so asking the court to adopt that, accept that recommendation and release her today. Thanks, Judge.
Rowanowski, anything you'd like to tell me? You have the right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything, but if you have anything I should know, now's the time.
I just wanted to apologize, for my absences. To be honest, I should have made it to court, and when I said I would, and so I apologize for not making it to court. So I've been a lot of problems with my health lately, and it's just been messing with my everyday life. But so I do apologize for that.
Mr. Hatfield, anything further to add in this? Ms. Rowanowski, again, you're 6 different cases, multiple counts. That's ran up over a fairly brief period of time. If there's you're racking up a pretty considerable amount of time as well. I'm going to follow the recommendation. Sentence you to 90 days, and 364, all suspended on the condition you have a law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. Okay. I'm not sure what the issue is in your life, but evidently something is going on that's creating a situation you continually find yourself in. Unless you have some other hold on you, you'll be released today. Your entire criminal history doesn't really amount to that much, but you're piling up an awful lot of charges in a relative too brief of a period of time. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Again, please come to court, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Judge Meyer.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello. Okay. Do a swap.
Yeah. Yeah.
The money. Don't have a seat in the park.
Thank you.
You're Ms. Robertson?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, we spoke yesterday. And morning, Judge, this is Jessica Robertson.
Hello.
Morning, hold on just a second. I'm still reviewing the document. Is that ready to go? Mr. Abaco, go ahead. I'm now ready to proceed.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Judge. So this is Jessica Lee Robinson. She comes before the court for an arraignment. It's a 2020 case. I had an opportunity to speak with her in the Nisqually jail and discuss with her rights with respect to an arraignment and the charges. So she understands that normally at the beginning of a criminal case, you're arraigned and you're read your charges and what the elements are and the maximums and your rights are, trial and so on. We reviewed those. And notwithstanding that, she'd like to waive arraignment and proceed with the entry of a guilty plea. Pardon me. And pursuant to that, I reviewed with her a proposed statement of defendant on plea of guilty to the charge of theft. And I reviewed the form with her as far as, the rights she gives up and her statement, and she is ready to proceed. And so we'd like to waive arraignment and proceed, Your Honor.
Recognize your name, Jessica Lee Robertson.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
I am appointing Mr. Haverco to represent you. Do you disagree with anything at all he just said?
No, I do not.
You're willing to waive arraignment and proceed to disposition in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant of the third degree. Tells me you're 33 years of age. Any issues at all? Any problems going over the plea process with your attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Had any questions about the process? Did he answer them?
No, Your Honor.
I accept the pleas. You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal. This being a gross misdemeanor could be up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You realize that?
Yes, I do.
With that in mind, as to one count of theft in the third degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on May 24th, 2020, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
I'm guilty, Your Honor.
Plea of your own free will.
Okay.
I note the nod for the record. Any threats or promises to make you plead guilty?
No.
Your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. I've heard the recommendation as a sentence. Ms. Robertson, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
No.
Anything you'd like me to know, now's the time.
No.
Bradfield, anything you'd like to add to the recommended sentence? Robertson, the case goes back to 2020. I hate to hold people in jail, but I felt, after the non-appearances that I really didn't have any choice. This was the only way I was going to get to talk to you. I'm going to follow the recommendation, of course, all jail time suspended. No recommendation as to any. 364, all suspended on the one condition, law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble, okay? And always save yourself a warrant by just showing up in court. Avoidance is a human trait. We're all guilty of it, myself included. But things are usually never anywhere near as bad as we think they might be. So please, I hope you don't have occasion to have to go to court in the future. But if you do, please just show up, okay?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Unless there's something on this charge today. You take care of yourself.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
You too. Have a good day.
How's it going? Good. Oh. Can you take him here? Yeah, don't let him. Oh, it's not one here. Okay, I thought you were here, but. All right. It's okay. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. Okay.
We have counsel here on one matter, Mr. Redfield. I think we're having a short break with the, we're on that, we have some more in custody to deal with, but if this is a fairly quick matter, we can take it right now. Tell me what case this is and,
Good morning, Attorney Jay Crowe, this is David Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Attorney Jay Crowe, before Mr. Smith who is present, we are here today for the entry of an SOC resolution to Smith is charged with. We have should be uploaded into the reports for your review and signature.
I'm looking at it as we speak.
Very good.
For the record, David Lee Smith, am I correct?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, a SOC stipulated order of continuance. Basically what this is, it's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, which puts you in a pretty favorable position in this matter. If you comply with certain conditions, stay out of trouble. We'll go through those in a little detail in a minute. You get the benefit of the bargain you've agreed to here. If you violate this agreement and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know almost certainly what that will result in, a finding of guilt, and that would subject you to substantial jail time, money, and I've heard it said that, and I agree that a conviction for DUI is worse in terms of impact on your life and your record than a lot of felony convictions. And the conditions are, I'll turn to your attorney for them.
That's correct. These conditions are a drug and alcohol assessment and all follow-up recommended treatment, a DUI victim impact panel, a $250 fee, stay out of trouble, of course, no law violations. I believe I hit all of the main ones there. I can't tell the court that he has to complete his assessment, the ADIS, and VFD already. So he's already ahead of the game, doing really well.
Mr. Smith, did your attorney misstate anything? Disagree, or you want any clarification on anything?
We spoke yesterday.
I'm sure you understand that. Mr. Redfield, anything further to add? Mr. Smith, the main point of any criminal proceeding here is to do whatever we can to make sure that you don't find yourself in the same position. I've talked to way too many people representing them that they're going to the penitentiary because they were drinking and did something they never would have done had they not been drinking, that killed them, somebody else, or put them in the hospital. That would be something that would be pretty hard to live with for the rest of your life. The point of the assessment and everything, that's just to make sure that there isn't any problem that we don't know about that needs to be dealt with. Within the assessment that's been done, everything is okay there. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Find you in full compliance with the agreement. The agreement is to simply dismiss the case. That it doesn't get any better than that, Mr. Smith. You owe your attorney and the city a debt of gratitude, and you can thank them by fully complying with the agreement. Life has its lessons, and the good part of this lesson is you're here to stand and talk to me about it. There's those that didn't have that ability. And I'm going to wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
I'm signing off on the,
Thank you, Your Honor.
on the agreement. If you have a copy of it,
We have a copy, Your Honor. I can pull the printed version. so-
perfect, perfect.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
That takes care of the matter, and you as well. Take care. Mr. Smith, again, I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself and have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care. I didn't bring the originals of the in custody, so I had most of them on the file by the door. Then an emergency came up at the office at the last minute. And by the time I got done with that, I left it and remembered it when I was on my way down there. And it was this morning. And it was too late to turn around, go back and get the file from the office. I remember correctly, that's Mr. Scott. That's. Yeah, 6 days served on this, but you still, I'm thinking about it. I think we have Mr. Scott on the screen, and Dan must be talking to somebody else. Wait for him. Is this something that could? Just reset. Oh, okay. What now? Mr. Aberco, if you're present, we can take.
Yes. Oh, thanks, Judge. I was just waiting on your honor.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know you were there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No, I thought you were I thought you were doing something else.
We did, but we're done now.
Oh, oops. Okay. So this is Paul Scott, and he comes before the court for an arraignment on a criminal trespass second-degree charge. And I had an opportunity to speak with him while he was in the Nisqually jail within the last couple of days, and we discussed his case. We also discussed what an arraignment is, to be apprised of the charges and the elements of the charge and the maximums that can be imposed. So he'd like to, if the court would accept it, he'd like to waive formal arraignment and proceed with entry of a plea of guilty on the case. Pursuant to that, I did review with him a proposed statement of defendant on a plea of guilty, and went over the form with him, and the rights that he gives up, and he'd like to proceed today. And his hope is to get released based on the city's plea recommendation.
Good morning, sir. Is
What's that?
your full name Paul Harvey Scott?
Yes,
Scott, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of criminal trespass, second degree. Plea form tells me you're 37 years of age. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney?
yes,
And if you had any questions, were they answered?
no,
Do you have any questions of me?
no,
Criminal trespass, second degree is a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on the conviction of that would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. I would be free to impose the maximum regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
okay,
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, no witnesses, simply a sentencing, and that would conclude the matter. Realize that?
Okay, yes,
As to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 10th, 2022. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
Make that plea of your own free will.
yes,
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make your plea?
no,
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement of paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. This, your attorney tells me the recommended sentence is for suspended time and no fine. Mr. Ratfield, anything to add? Mr. Harvey, is there anything, or Mr. Scott, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
no. I just want to smoke weed in public, I guess. I'm sorry.
Seems like every time we have court, that you're in on a new charge. Now, look, no, you can do as many drugs as you want, as far as I'm concerned, but not when you're bothering people doing it or you're not supposed to be.
Okay,
Mr. Abaco, anything to add? I'm inclined to impose some jail time in this.
Well,
can you
I
please?
think, I just represent to the court, hi, Judge. You know, he realizes he's, been before the court with, you know, a bit too much, frequency of late. And, he seems to have some reflection on that problem when he's, you know, sobered up. You know, when I talk to him in the jail and he's sobered up, and I get the impression that he does realize the importance of trying to stay out of trouble. And he would apologize to the court for, you know, having, you know, gotten in trouble and taking up the court's time. He would like to, you know, he would like to get released. You know, he is indigent, so that's the basis for the city not asking for a fine. So I think he's asking for, you know, one more.
I'm begging for, please, I'm sorry, I won't.
Yeah, I think he's just he's asking the court for you know, another opportunity to try to show the court that he can abide by being law abiding and not return.
I'm supposed to set up a bed date for treatment soon. I did all the paperwork on it and I got the address in Olympia. And I'm supposed to meet her soon, if that makes a difference.
Mr. Scott, we went through this exact same thing, almost word for word.
I know I didn't get to go yet to.
You're gonna go to treatment, what have you. The problem is it just keeps, it's Groundhog Day. We just keep going through the whole process again.
I understand it was only marijuana. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't know the public would have a problem with me smoking close to the door. I apologize for it. If you can find it in your heart, please. I don't know how else to ask. I'm begging you. I promise this time. I don't know what else I can do, but not do anything. Just smoke cigarettes and drink coffee, I guess.
Mr. Scott, I'm gonna send you to 90 days in jail, suspend 60 of those, give you credit for 4 days served, at least 24 left to serve.
24 left to serve, what do you mean?
I'm hoping that if you find it necessary to seek treatment, I'm not ordering treatment, but if you find it necessary to seek treatment to keep you out of jail, I'm gonna take that course of action.
So what is the situation exactly?
You have 24 more days to serve. I hopefully that'll be a detoxification period.
There's no way I can get out today, please. There's no way. I'm begging you. I'm sorry.
That concludes the hearing. Good day to you. That's we're going off record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Certainly, Judge, if I happen to be advised that there is a bed date of some kind, you know, if it's actually arranged, I'd be happy to, you know, try to get the matter rescheduled for Your Honor to maybe reconsider, you know, if something were arranged.
If he has a bed date, I will release him to instantly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
you got to get more jail time. Maybe 30 days in jail.
all right, thank you.
So he got 30 days. All right, Scott. Go ahead and have a seat right here. There you go. There you go.
Morning.
Morning. So this is, morning, Your Honor. So this is Austin Roy Levi Sanchez. Matter comes on for, it's a pretrial hearing. I'd already been appointed and he just hadn't made it to court, so he's here now. And we'd like to, we have a proposed disposition. He's proposing to enter a guilty plea, and I've gone over with him a statement of defendant on plea of guilty and reviewed with him, his rights and so on. And we're ready to proceed and ask Your Honor to inquire.
Good morning, sir. From the past that your name is Austin Roy Levi Sanchez. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, first let me tell you this. I don't like to hold people in jail, but I repeatedly released you and you haven't showed up. Bail in the amount of $5,000 and didn't show up. Sorry for having to do that, but so be it. Statement of defendant I'm looking at tells me you're 20 years of age. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
And if you had any questions about the process, were your questions answered?
My questions were answered, but I had no questions, but I understand.
The charge here is a minor in possession consumption of alcohol. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I'd be free to impose regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
I accept the plea, give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. Appeal simply a sentencing, and that would conclude the matter. With that in mind, as to one count of being a minor in possession or consumption of alcohol, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on March 12th, 2021. How do you plead?
Guilty. I plead guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you that
No, sir.
recommended sentence is all jail time suspended? And I have reviewed your statement in paragraph 11. That does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Mr. Sanchez, is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Thank you.
I'm going to follow the recommendation unless the city has anything to add, or Mr. Haberco, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. Just ask the court to follow the recommendation, please.
It's followed 364 days. You have law-abiding behavior. Mr. Sanchez, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We haven't seen each other for a few years now. I want to wish you the best of luck, and I hope for the best for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Unless you have some other hold on you, you'll be released on this charge today. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a nice day.
Sanchez.
Right, bring it out. Just get it out. Okay. Yeah. I'm set. Don't consider. We go.
Cody Jones did not bond out. He was the one that was supposed to be heading to Michigan with this law. And some violations, what were they?
Morning, Your Honor. This is Keith Obrist. He comes on for an arraignment on suspended driving second degree and operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. I had an opportunity to speak with him in the Nisqually jail and discuss his charges. I also discussed with him an arraignment, which is to be read the charges in open court, the maximums and the elements, and he understands what an arraignment is. I believe the parties have reached an agreement. He'd like to waive arraignment because he understands the charges and he'd like to enter a plea. The count one will be reduced as part of the agreement. His current actual suspended status is that of third degree anyway. So he plans on entering a plea, and I reviewed a statement of defendant on plea guilty with him and the rights he gives up. And I think he understands the charges and his rights. And so I'd ask Your Honor to inquire.
Good morning, sir. Is your full initial A. Obrist?
He asked you, are you Mr. Obrist?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah,
Mr. Obrist, I'm appointing Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. It's actually a first court appearance from a charge dating back to April of 21. Mr. Haverco will represent you in this matter. He indicates you're willing to waive arraignment and proceed to a disposition of the case. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one amended charge of driving license suspended or revoked third degree, and one count of violating the terms of the ignition interlock requirement. Plea form tells me you're 53 years of age. Any problem reading, understanding the plea process?
No, sir.
Gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Realize that if I accept the pleas, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal. Could be up to 90 days and or $1,000 fine on the driving license suspended charge, and up to 364 days and up to $5,000 on the ignition interlock charge. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
With that in mind, it's the one count of driving license suspended or revoked in the third degree, one count of violating the ignition interlock requirement alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on April 22nd, 2021. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make those pleas of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, sir.
But we'll find this pleas to be made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily, and your statement of paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offenses. The recommended sentence is suspended jail time. Anything you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Mr. Obrist, is there anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but you have a right to tell me anything you think I should know.
No, sir.
Mr. Atfield, anything further on behalf of the city? Mr. Obrist, let me say first that I don't like to hold people in jail, but after the non-appearance, I felt I really didn't have any choice but to have you held for a hearing, or at least on some bail. I'm going to follow the recommendation, 90 days on the first charge, driving license suspended, revoked, third degree, 364 days on the second charge, no fine, all jail time suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, and that would include don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Mr. Obrist, unless you're being held on some other charge, will be released on this charge today. I'm gonna urge you to reinstate your license as soon as you can. And we live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir.
Mr. Obrist, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Riddle.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Go ahead and see the front chair there.
Mr. Africa, I'm now signing judgment.
Okay.
Ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is Mr. Christian Lee Riddle. He's got 3 matters on the calendar this morning, each of which come on before the court for an arraignment. I've had an opportunity to discuss with him each one of these matters. And I've also had an opportunity to discuss with him what an arraignment is, you know, that to be arraigned, you know, you're read your charges in open court, the maxims that could be imposed, the elements of the charge. He understands each and every one of the charges and what the elements are and what the maximums are. And with that in mind, he would like to waive an arraignment and on each of these cases and proceed with a disposition today. He doesn't actually have a record. We've looked up his criminal record and there's nothing there. So asking the court to accept, I believe, a stipulated order of continuance in all matters, where each of which can be dismissed in 12 months if he remains law-abiding and doesn't commit any new criminal law violations. And so we'd like to proceed.
I'm Christian Lee Riddle.
Are you, Mr.
Yes,
Mr. Riddle, are you able to hear me okay?
I can now. Yes.
You disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
No, I do not.
I'm looking on a computer screen at a stipulated order of continuance. That's a contract between you and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which, if you just stay out of trouble, charges will be dismissed. You realize that?
I understand that.
But if you violate the agreement, we'll have a hearing. Police reports only. You haven't given up your rights to go to trial and return for the agreement. And you know the result of that would be almost certainly a conviction on the charges, and it'll bear the possibility of jail time. Okay.
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
The sole condition of the agreement is you just simply stay out of trouble. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
I'm signing the agreement as we speak. Mr. Riddle will be sending attorney a copy of the agreement. I want you to go over the agreement. If you have any questions about it, get a hold of Mr. Haverhill, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Judge. And I'm going to go ahead and drive to the court, but my understanding is they're still going to bring, for your honor, Trey Jones.
Trey Jones is.
Yep. Yep.
Excellent.
So they have them. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
So, yeah, I'm done.
This may take a bit if the city has any quick matters to take. We can do that now. Morning, we have a quick matter. We can take that now. We still have another in custody matter to take. Sir, identify yourself for the record.
No, Brian Bisson.
Mr. Bizarre, I'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Dennis Short on behalf of the defendant, Brian Bisson, who's present out of custody, seated to my left. Your Honor, we were last before the court on January 19th, and discovery had, there had been an issue with the discovery being, I guess, sent to my assistant, not to me. And there was a follow-up email, but unfortunately, there was a technical problem. It seems like I think we've got that sorted out now. Whatever caused the emails not to reach counsel, I don't know, but he's getting them now. So there's still some outstanding discovery issues that need to be resolved. So at this point, we're asking the court to set over. I don't see any forms around here as far as a waiver of speedy
Forms are
trial.
all in e-court, need a reset motion. That's Mr. Redfield is working on that as we speak. Mr. Bizarre, these things happen sometimes, especially in the age when everything is gone electronic, and sometimes I think that's caused more problems than it's resolved. We'll certainly reset the matter March 2nd, 16th, 30th, or into April. I'll defer to counsel. Mr. Schroeder,
I'm just double checking my count.
I'll go with your suggestion.
Looks like the 30th is the only day I'm not in trial so far. So let's do the 30th.
We'll go with the 30th unless the city has any strenuous objection. I'm looking at the order in order. Any speedy trial issues?
Ron, I've explained my client's speedy trial rights to him. I believe he's waiving them knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily.
So that's there is a speedy trial rule. Used to be about 3 lines long. It's several pages long now. Speedy trial that becomes critical and important if you're in custody. If you're not in custody, my general wisdom has always been that any delay works in favor of the defense, which is the way it is. But we still have the right, and you still have to waive it in order to reset the matter. Mr. Redfield is preparing the order, and once I sign it, you'll be able to get a copy of that at the window out in front. Wish you the best of luck. Any conditions earlier set remain in effect, and of course, stay in contact with your lawyer. The 30th of March 30th.
Must like you. It's the after. So it's the day after my birthday. I must like you.
9 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
9 a.m.
So it should show up on a computer for you to sign.
Is there a computer over here for us to sign?
131. Can I get K2, John 2?
This isn't hooked up to anything. Okay.
K2, John 2.
There's something for us to sign? What for me to sign?
Usually it shows up on the, well,
There's no computer. Computer not plugged in.
well,
There's supposed to be a computer. here?
I'm citing the order of reset. I think that covers everything. And again, you'll get a copy of that at the window outside. Mr. Gasol, thank you for your patience. Good luck. Mr. Schrader, thank you for your patience as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you at the end of March.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Haverco, are you present? Mr. Jones, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Are you Trey Nathan Jones?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, is Mr. Haverco there present there with you?
No, sir.
I had you held in jail because we can't seem to get you to come to court. The last time you were actually to be in court, your mother interceded on your behalf and wanted to take you back to Michigan, and then you refused to go with her, I understand, and now you're back. You won't show up in court either, but you're back in court.
I'm not sure what happened, but I'm pretty sure that the dates got mixed up with my my phone and everything. My calendar got mixed up because I mean, not only did I get robbed from my phone and all my other paperwork that I had, but there was a lot of different other things that happened with my mother that got just caused a lot of confusion with all the dates that I had lined up. It was really just it was just a mistake, honestly, Your Honor. But I do take full responsibility for that because it's my responsibility to show up on time for all these dates and everything. But I currently don't have a way of like accessing my email or anything because I was robbed from my phone and everything not so long ago.
You're on an SOC. The problem is besides non-appearance is the new violations. You've picked up quite a few new charges since this agreement took effect.
What is that for?
It is moving to set aside the SOC and have this converted to a conviction for assault in the 4th degree. Now you're entitled to a hearing on that with a lawyer present. Mr. Haverco, I would appoint him to represent you. He has apparently left. You are entitled to a hearing on whether or not the SOC should be revoked. And if you want, I'll continue the matter to that would be March 2nd. And we can have a hearing on that.
Because I have my parents and the people that I was the assault is between me and it's just domestic violence. It's between me and my parents, and they would have testified that they would have wanted the
Mr. Jones, hold on. We're not going to talk about what happened back when you're charged. That was in 2021. Now is not the right time to be talking about that.
I know, but they just said they would have dropped it. They would have dropped all charges.
Hold on, we're not going to talk about that.
Okay.
That ship has sailed. You're entitled to a hearing. Are you asking for a hearing on whether or not the SOC should be revoked?
Yes. Or if I don't, are you going to? Is it just revoked?
We'll set that hearing on March 2nd. Now, if you post bail, you've got to be in court on March 2nd, and if not, the public defender will come to the Squally J and will handle the matter then. That concludes the hearing. We'll go off record.
Will I be held till then?
That's up to you, Mr. Jones.
Wait. Is there
Hold on. That concludes the hearing. You'll be in front of me next on March 2nd.
Okay.
Take care.
So that's the only way I can get out of I just want to understand this correctly. The only way I could are you holding me till then? Or will I be released today?
Bail is set. If you post bail, it's a question of whether or not you post bail.
Oh, that's what it is. Can you I didn't know that. So What is bail set at?
2,500 cash or bond.
25, that's the only one, okay,
Right.
thank you.
Mr. Jones, good. Take care, and we'll have the hearing on the city's motion to revoke.
Or wait, if we don't do the hearing, what would it be, would it be taken care of today?
The city ordinarily recommends on a revocation is to simply enter a finding of guilt and take no further action, close the case.
Okay, then I would rather do that then.
I want you to do that, not to get out of jail, but because you're admitting that you violated the agreement of staying out of trouble in the SOC, and you're waiving your right to a hearing with counsel present.
That sounds fine. I would rather do that because I don't think that staying here in jail is helping me, because I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia and I really do need to get out of here. And even though I understand that it kind of seems as though like I'm doing that just so I can get out of jail sooner. But I mean, like, I seriously, I know this has been over my head for so long. And I really didn't do anything that wrong. And I know that, but I would honestly just accept the guilt on behalf of this whole thing. If I can just get out today.
I'm going to turn to the city. The city's recommendation, I haven't actually heard it yet. I know what it usually is, but
Because I remember it was just for a chest bone.
hold on. Ordinarily, what happens when there's a violation of the SOC and the person's willing to admit the violation and have it converted to a conviction, we simply do that. Converted to a conviction, no jail time suspended or otherwise, no fine, case closed.
Oh, I understand that, Your Honor. I was asking him if Mr. Jones could repeat that last bit. It was
Mr. Jones, you mumbled something there at the end. Would you repeat that, please?
About
Your mental situation and what you're going to do about that.
I have I've had my medication upped, and I have it waiting for me at the nearest Rite Aid that I normally try to stay around. I'm currently homeless, and so that's why it's been hard for me to be able to post bail and everything. I don't have a job or anything currently. I've been trying to find work and everything, but yeah, I was recently diagnosed with schizophrenia, and it's been a really tough time for me, because along with just literally being like robbed at machete point like last week, I really have been, I just had a really bad string of luck that's been causing a lot of problems in my life. Like, and it's like, it's right at this time where I need to be really on point and really like focused on how to get everything like situated and being in court. And I mean, like getting all these things figured out at the same time, because it's like there were like 7 different orders that they wanted me to have like show up to court and get situated or figured out in the span of a week. And this is the week that I lose my phone, and I no longer have my calendar. I don't know what time it is. It's just been a really hard time for me. So I mean, like, I still don't have a phone, and I don't have any money to get a new one at the moment. So if I can just find a way to get out of here, and like try and get back to that place where I have talked to my family, and they have said that I can come stay with them again. It was just that I'm not gonna be staying specifically with my mother, who was the one who said that I was who was gonna come out here and try and take me back with her. We have the assault is actually between me and her husband. That's why I didn't want to like stay with them specifically. So now I have talked to my grandma and my auntie, and they said that I could stay with them instead. And so I would have a good place to stay. Everything would be like, there wouldn't be any more criminal trespasses, because that's 90% of the times that I get arrested. It's for criminal trespass, because I don't have a place to stay. I keep getting arrested while I'm like trying to find a place to sleep.
Mr. Jones, that's what we'll do. I'm simply going to enter a finding of guilt based on the record, which I familiarized myself with once again. Your mother did reach out once for you, and now your family, I think, is there for you. You're going to be released today, but I'm going to urge you to, if you're on medications, take the medications. And the doctors will tell you whether you can stop taking them or not take them. But take your doctor's advice, okay?
Okay,
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. It looks like you've got quite a bit on your plate in other courts. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that, Mr. Jones. Good luck.
awesome. Thank you, Your Honor.
Send down a release order before the end of the day.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Take care.
You-
I can do a paper order. Oh, okay. I see Mr. Ross is on.
Good morning, Judge. I heard my name.
Going to call the matter of Yelm versus Sienna Squally. We can take that matter now. Set for a pretrial. I'll defer to the parties, attorneys for the status of the matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. I believe I have all the information. Jossie Ross for the record on behalf of Ms. Squally, who has waived her presence via 3.4. Your Honor, I've uploaded a notice of requested motion of continuance to O courts. The status is, the status is that Ms. Squally has finally got in contact with the apartment complex. They've done an estimate of the value, which is I believe it was somewhere around $24,000. Yeah, but she has insurance. That's what insurance is for. And so now they are ensuring that that it's a covered loss. And so they're doing all the stuff that insurance companies do. Long way of saying that something is getting done. And we're in a better situation than we were before because we actually kind of know what's that there's some there. And the city and the court has been very generous with the time. I appreciate that. I want to give my representation as an officer of the court that something is getting done on our behalf because it is a very equitable compromise, and I appreciate that.
No problem. When it comes to restitution, sometimes that is a problem, getting all the information together that is necessary. We're resetting the matter to April 13th. One thing we do need is a good address. For Ms. Squally, if you don't have, I guess we could send that care of you.
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor. I did notify her that she has to give a good address, and I will remind her again. Your Honor, if I could briefly, I want to address that we had both Ms. Squally and I had a failure to appear at the last court date, and I spoke with Mr. Dilly regarding this. It was confusion. The calendar had changed to 2023. I was still on 2022, and I saw 2/17/22, and I read it as this year as the next date. And that I advised Ms. Squally about that was the next court date. That was 100% my fault and unintentional. I would never disrespect the court or Your Honor.
No problem. My call is no harm, no foul. When when there was a non-appearance, I know you and I trust you, and I believe that there had to have been some sort of mix-up, so we simply reset the matter. No problem.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I appreciate that. And yeah, we hopefully have some better information coming soon regarding Ms. Squally's restitution.
We hope for better times. Mr. Ross, you take care. Have a good day, and we'll talk to you again in April.
Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, City.
Hey, take care. I guess we can go back to the 8:50 no-shows. Mr. Redfield, the first one I have is Ms. Dawson did appear. Taja Ekstrand. So ordered. Robert Irwin.
Same motion, Your Honor.
So ordered. Ms. Fleming did appear. And the last I would have would be Alan Warnick, docket number 8, page 2.
Yes, Your Honor, same motion, 1,000.
So ordered. That concludes the 8:15 calendar. That brings us up to the 9:45 calendar. Abigail Cronin in the courtroom by any chance? Ms. Cronin, remain seated. We don't have a public defender here yet. We'll call your matter when he arrives. Miranda Williams. Is Miranda Williams in the courtroom? Now, I'm assuming that everybody that's here is waiting for the public defender to show up. He's en route from the Squally jail, 5 miles up the road. When he's here, he'll be talking to each of you in turn. Any questions? Am I misunderstanding anybody's presence? Evidently not. I hope not. Again, thank you. I'm going to thank you for your patience. Court sometimes involves a lot of sitting around, and that's just the way it works. If I knew a way to make things work faster, I would. But after being in law for going on half a century, I hate to admit, you never know whether a case is going to take 30 seconds or a half hour, or in case you think it's going to take a half hour, it takes 30 seconds. And so a lot of stuff gets scheduled all for one time, and we do the best we can. But again, I'm going to thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess at this time. Then why don't we take your matter? Good morning, ma'am. Is your true name Abigail Denise Cronin? Ma'am, the citation I have alleges that on or about June 28th of 2021, you committed the offense of malicious mischief third degree. That's a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed lawyer? This is a first appearance. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you at public expense if you're indigent. Mr. Haverco will at least enter a plea on your behalf, and
Oh, yes.
I'll appoint him to represent you. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would stipulate the probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Cronin, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. That preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial conference. I want you to give Mr. Haverco contact information. The order on today's hearing will have his contact information on it. Stay in touch with him. Pretrial conference is to determine, or to go over the case, first of all, to see if there's any weaknesses or strengths in it, and determine whether or not a resolution can be agreed on. If not, you have a right to a trial. Ms. Cronin, we're setting a pretrial for March 16th. Requirements on release are law-abiding behavior, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and appear back here on the 16th. I want to thank you for your patience.
Okay, cool, awesome.
And for the record, Miranda Louise Williams.
He was present.
He is here. So, we'll take that matter next.
So I think you're free to go.
Oh.
Yeah, you can get, and you can get a copy of the paperwork at the window.
Mr. Cronin, thank you for your patience. And again, stop at the counter and get a copy of today's order. Ms. Williams, the matters for review. It's a diversion matter. There's $250 owing on it. It's the SOC ends here in March.
Can you come up with the money that you owe?
I can't, I'm being evicted. My kids were taking away from me. I have to find a new place. I have only SSI now. I don't have TANF or anything. And I was hoping to do it like work.
I mean, there's no way you could
I have no
get it
money.
together in the next, say, 3 months, 6 months.
No, I can't really, I can't do that because I'm only getting SSI and I'm trying to get into inpatient and all that.
There's been 3 non-appearances and this is pretty old. It's got some significant age on it. It ended almost a year ago.
She indicates she, she's on SSI right now and going through a lot of financial hardships right now and doesn't have the ability to pay the remaining balance in the foreseeable future, even if it's like 6 months. She just doesn't have the ability, which is really unfortunate, but
you know what the city's usual recommendation is? I'll hear from the city. It's a contract. City generally moves to revoke.
Yeah, Your Honor, the city's gonna, here and move to revoke and, what's the matter?
If that's agreed to, that you're in violation, we can discuss this with Mr.
there's,
Haverco.
there's no basis to dispute the violation. I would ask that if the decision is to revoke to waive any remaining fine, not fine, but it looks like there was $250 owing, so there was nothing paid. Just impose, just suspend a time, no jail time, and then close. Just
Not even gonna do that. I'm gonna simply enter a finding of guilty and close the matter. That's customarily what the city recommends. Ms. Williams, you're not getting the benefit of the bargain, given the age of the case, which is, pretty old. It's, simply gonna enter a finding of guilt on the thing. I'm not gonna impose any jail time, suspended or otherwise, or any fine. And
On my record.
this will go on your record as a conviction, but that's the extent of, this court's involvement in it. I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. You take care. Any questions?
I was trying to not have it on my record. But it's okay.
That was the purpose of the SOC, and that's
I
no longer the
understand,
case.
but I don't understand why I've been good the whole time. I understand that. And I just couldn't pay the money. And I still have it on my record. I
That
don't
was one of
understand that.
if you want, we can set it for a hearing on whether or not, it should be revoked or not, but,
I haven't
you're
been
entitled to that.
able
If you don't fully understand it,
One of the requirements is part of the agreement was you had to actually pay the $350.
I didn't understand that part. And at the time I could pay for it, but now it's like I can't even pay for my own freaking ride here. Just put it on my record. It's good. Thank you very much, sir. As long as I don't have to come back here anymore, because I'm trying to go and. Are we done?
we're done unless,
Yeah.
Mr. Hammer.
No, we're done. Okay, yeah. Next matter, when your honor's ready, is on the 10 o'clock, number 5, Ethan Hokinson Clark.
Good afternoon, sir. Is your name Ethan, middle initial L, Hokinson Clark?
Yes, your honor.
Okay, then I'll turn to, Mr. Abigail for the status of the matter. Good morning.
Parties have reached an agreement. He doesn't have a record, proposing the court accept a stipulated order of continuance. Condition of 12 months, no criminal law violations, $250 probation fee, and then there was damage to I believe the screen of a gambling machine. And so reserving the issue of restitution. Don't know if there's been a restitution claim, but reserving the issue.
City, have anything to add? So, Mr. Hokinson Clark, I'm looking at an SOC, a stipulated order of continuance. It's a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, and the terms of which, if, most importantly, to stay out of trouble. Pay a $250 probation fee. At the end of the year, the charge will be dismissed. It will not go on your record as any sort of conviction. Now, the city's reserving the issue of restitution, I take it. Usually, customarily, if we haven't heard anything by now, we're not going to hear anything. But if it does, we'll call you back to court and we'll address it at that point. You're entitled to a hearing on restitution if there is any such. So I want you to make sure that we have a current address on file for you, just in case, okay? Now, if you violate the agreement, if you have another criminal offense, the city's going to move to revoke. And if they prove that you revoked it by a preponderance of the evidence, I'll enter a finding of guilt in the matter and proceed to sentencing. The burden on the city to prove a violation is by a preponderance of the evidence. I hope it doesn't come to that. You have a chance to get this matter dismissed. Whether you do so or not is up to one person, and I'm looking at them right now. We all do things we wish we hadn't or were not a good idea. It seemed like they might have been at the time, but I am hoping that this has been a learning experience. Your nod tells me I'm correct. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and we make mistakes, we pay for them, we move on with life. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions? Now, the SOC, you can get a copy of that at the window up front and to your left. I want you to review that carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Hammer a call. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Next matters on the 10 o'clock are going to be Nina Sanchez. Hey, Nina, why don't you come on up? we just need to.
Ms. Sanchez, good morning.
So go ahead and sign here. This is, we're doing a motion for a continuance because you've got kind of some new matters and old matters, and we need to combine everything. So we need to move to continue. So sign on this pad.
For the record, is your name Nina Reese Sanchez?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Sanchez, you're here for arraignment on two new matters. It's alleged on or about February 5th of this year, you committed the offenses of failure to stop and give information to an officer when requested. Also, you were cited for violating the terms and conditions of a restraining order. Those are misdemeanors. The maximum penalty on conviction will be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in these matters, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as to the arraignment matters, would stipulate to probable cause on the failure to stop, give information, to obey an officer, and also stipulate to probable cause on the violation of order prohibiting contact, and ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on those. I have discussed kind of all of her matters a little bit with Ms. Sanchez, and she's got one compliance matter and a couple of pretrial matters. And in an effort to kind of keep these all together, I prepared a motion to continue on all matters, which Ms. Sanchez has signed.
I'm looking at it now.
So, yeah, so we just,
How far out did you wish to go?
do you know when your next hearings are in Superior Court? Oh, where are they at, you know?
In March, or what month? Do we know what month?
In March? Okay,
Why don't we go to April then?
I would suggest setting everything in
April 13th.
Yeah.
Ms. Sanchez, we're gonna reset all your matters. I'm appointing Mr. Haverco to represent you on all your matters, both post dispo and your new cases. He's gonna represent you on all those. We're gonna reset your case to April. You'll get a copy of today's order. You'll need to stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, be back here for your court date on April 13th.
And then one other issue, Judge,
Yes.
is there's one, it's kind of a housekeeping issue, but the pretrial matter, item number 8, case number ending in 441. I believe she originally proceeded on that matter pro se. And so as a matter of consistency, I guess I would ask to be appointed on that case as
I'm
well.
appointing you on docket number 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
9,
You got-
all pending cases,
Gotcha.
be they pretrial, post dispo, or
I mean, as somebody
Simply
in
good.
here, would you write down like a phone number that I can contact? Do you have a phone number? That'd be awesome. Thank you. Perfect. Is that 177? Is that 17? Is that 2? Is that a 7? 177? Okay.
So this is still. Yeah, it's no contact and have the address and everything.
oh yes.
You mean, is there still no contact order?
As in for like.
Right now, you were sentenced on this case, so that's just like a probation violation. That's why it says compliance diversion. These are pretrial cases, meaning you've already undergone doing assault from February into another assault from April into. These are two brand new cases that you're starting today. From February 5, 23 and February 5, 22. This is all the same incident. So these are new, so we combined everything. So at some point, we're gonna have to figure out, kind of a global, just sort of a global resolution. Yeah, you've been given, so the main thing is, I think in the meantime, since you have a Superior Court date, is to get that figured out first, to figure out like what, that's more important, to figure out that first, before we deal with this.
It would make sense for them to try to get something involved.
We can't consolidate, they can consolidate because they're two different courts, and you're gonna be in two different courts at different times. So you always want to do the Superior Court stuff first.
So I can do the Zoom meeting for this next year.
No, you have to appear in person.
Why is this option available?
I don't know, Judge, I don't think we're doing Zoom hearings anymore, are we? Yeah.
No, we're not.
I don't think we
Not
are.
anymore. Ms. Sanchez, we're just having in-person hearings now. The masks are optional at this point. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and if there's a problem getting here for court, just make sure your attorney knows, and that's something we can deal with, okay?
What's the time for the April?
10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, take care.
And Ms.
Yeah,
Sanchez,
just go to the
yes,
window and pick up your stuff.
make sure you go to the window and get the order.
And Mr. Wilson. And if we could jump to the 11 o'clock. The last matter on the 11 o'clock, number 17, Mark Wilson. I need to have him sign a proposed a motion to continue. He has I believe, a Superior Court matter going on. And we're asking to set this out.
How far? I do know both dates to my superior court. It's the March 2nd and for free trial and March 16th for trial date.
Okay,
That leaves us March 30th or April 13th.
April 13th is fine.
April 13th will work.
And let's see. Oop. Go ahead and sign here.
Excuse me.
Oh, that did work. So, Mr. Wilson has now signed the motion.
Listen, I'm signing the document as well. You can get a copy of the order at the window outside to your left. Good luck in Superior Court. We'll see you back here in April. You take care of yourself.
April 13th, right? Oh, that'll be on my paper.
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
And the next matter would be number 6 on the 11 o'clock calendar. It's Ashton Holmes. Ashton, why don't you come on up?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Sign right. And so proposing that the court accept an agreement for a stipulated order of continuance, and he's now signed the form. Be law abiding 12 months, $250 probation fee.
Is your name Ashton Blake Holmes?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes, I'll be looking at as soon as it comes up on the computer. It just did. An SOC stipulated order of continuance. So you may have heard me say this already. Contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which you get a good resolution of this matter if you abide by the terms that are contained in it. The principal one is stay out of trouble. Less important is $250 by way of a probation fee. Now, if you violate the agreement, the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports. You've given up your trial rights in return for the agreement. And reading the police reports will result almost certainly in a conviction. You have a chance here to get the charge dismissed. It's up to you to take advantage of the agreement you have here. Any questions at all?
So just so I make sure, does this, I've never even gotten a speeding ticket. If I even get a speeding ticket, will this go on to that, or is this just like criminal offenses?
It's just speeding ticket is a civil matter.
Okay.
It's apples and oranges.
All right, sweet. Okay, that's good to know, because I've never even got a speeding.
One really wouldn't have anything to do with the other.
Sweet. Okay, that's good to know.
Theoretically, they could, but not here.
All right.
Mr. Holmes, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. We all make mistakes. The question is to all we have to face up to them and go on with life. I'm going to wish you good luck. You take care. Zoom. It's a 253 number, so that's to call that. Mr. Redfield, do you know anything about that? We have a 253 number on, and it might be the attorney from number 1, attorney Gloria Bacchus.
Yes,
Good
Your
morning.
Honor.
Is this, I have a.
Hello?
Doc, but I'm not quite sure who I'm talking to.
This is Gloria Bacchus, Your Honor. I'm the attorney for Mr. Tyler Anderson. I want to apologize for not being there in person. I didn't learn that you'd gone back to full in person until this morning. I do apologize for that.
No problem. No problem.
Your Honor, I've uploaded a motion to continue because my client is, for lack of a better word, I mean, his situation, I'm not really sure if his physical situation is getting better, but I know that his mental situation is deteriorating. He had a traumatic brain injury. I'm not sure if his skull was actually cracked in a couple of places.
Yes.
So, hello?
No, TDI.
So I'm not.
Go ahead.
So, and I asked, him to, try to keep me updated on what's going on with his physical condition. Sometimes I hear from him, sometimes I don't, but I think it is because he's dealing with a lot. I'm asking for yet another continuance. I think as far as the amputation goes, he has not updated me about whether or not, he would lose his foot. But, he's in a situation that is, I think, unprecedented, at least from my perspective. And I would ask the court to just give us a little bit more leeway and continue this for at least another 2 months. And if the court is so inclined, I can get some a motion to seal some medical documents if the court would like to look at those. But at this point, I'm asking for another continuance, pretrial continuance.
Would you like to go out to say April sometime?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about April 27th?
That will work, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let's reset this to April 27th. I'm going to note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes only, and reset the matter to April 27th. And I'm going to wish Mr. Anderson the best of luck. Those are situations you're never quite sure of what's going on. I've always believed, and more so these days, that the brain is something that science doesn't really understand yet.
Exactly, Your Honor. I appreciate your understanding.
Ms. Bacchus, I'm signing the order as we speak. We'll be sending you a copy of that, resetting the matter to April 30th.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Karen, I wish your client the best of health.
I will let him know. Thank you.
Take care.
So, just was chatting with Ms. Nusolia, that's number 6 on the 10 o'clock, and she'd like to chat about her case a little bit. So I was going to go meet with her and,
Absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
kind of discuss and.
Jeff, as much time as you need. And we'll go off record for a moment. One matter, before we do.
Mr. Harvey's
Jimmy Lee Barbie,
Number 4 of the.
got it. If presented by order of dismissal with or without prejudice, I will sign the same. Without. I'm looking at the order. I'm looking at it as we speak. So 4th degree. Got it. ASSAU LT. It doesn't matter.
Oh. No.
It don't matter.
Okay.
It's close enough. The next time I capitalize the A.
Okay.
As my father used to say, and put the emphasis on the right syllable. And with that, we'll go off.
Nusola.
Back on record, Mr. Haverko, defer to you for the,
Sign on that pad with that.
for the.
Matter, this is, we get back to the right calendar here. This is New Solia, number 6 on the 10 o'clock calendar. It comes before the court on a pretrial hearing. Try it again. Sign the pad. Oh, I'm
And the last
sorry.
thing was,
Sorry, do it one more time now. Matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing on the assault fourth degree domestic violence charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being
10 o'clock calendar, the name is.
oh, I'm sorry, Judge, this is the 10 o'clock calendar, number 6, last name is Nusolia, N-U-U. Yeah, sorry, Judge. The parties have reached an agreement. We're proposing the court inquire concerning a stipulated order of continuance, conditions of which are remain law abiding for 12 months, pay a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time, if the defendant complies, the matter will be dismissed.
So I now have, I had to refresh here a little bit. I now have an SOC in front of me, stipulated order of continuance. Have you gone over this document with your attorney? In essence, it's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which this charge will eventually be dismissed if you abide by the conditions set forth in the agreement, which are principally a law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, and pay court costs in the form of a probation fee of $250 at $25 a month. Now, in return for this agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial, have witnesses, etc. Now, you're going to get the charge dismissed, but if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, you'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know that that would most certainly result in a conviction for the offense charged. An assault in fourth degree is a gross misdemeanor. There's up to 364 days in jail. I realize there's 2 sides to every story, et cetera, and I'm sure you have your things to say about this situation. I'm going to approve the agreement, and I'm going to wish you the best of luck. What I want you to do is get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverko a call, okay? Do you have any questions of me? I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
Thank you. Good luck. Next matter will be Ms. Thaler. She is number 16 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Thaler, T-H-A-L-L-E-R. Wait. Parties, so matter comes on before the court for a theft charge, pretrial hearing. Parties have reached an agreement that being a proposed stipulated order of continuance, the conditions of which are to remain law abiding for 12 months, pay a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time the matter would be dismissed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. For the record, your name is 70K Thaler. I'm looking at a SOC, an order of continuance. Again, you've heard me say this, but I have to go through it with you. It's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney. You can get the charge dismissed if 2 things: stay out of trouble. That's the most important thing, and it costs in the amount of $250 by way of a probation fee. Now, you've given up your right to go to trial, right to have a hearing. If you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we'll read the police reports, and that will result in a conviction. And we don't want to go there, okay? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, I want you to get a copy of this agreement at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Read it over carefully. You're in court and things sometimes are a little clearer upon reflection, probably later. So read it over, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverko a call, okay? Ms. Thaler, good luck to you. You take care of yourself.
Good luck. Take care. Mr. Verhoeven. Sitting right here. The next matter, Judge, is going to be Item number 2 on the 11 o'clock calendar, its last name is Brijalba, Brigajalba. And parties reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. He signed the form and asking the matter then be set over for 12 months on the condition that he not commit new criminal law violations. Pay $250 probation fee at the end of the agreement. The matter would be dismissed.
The record is your name, Richard Allen, and I'm gonna butcher your last name by way. Brialba?
Very
That's
good.
close enough. I apologize if there, again,
None at all.
if there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm gonna get it. But again, with you, any question about what I said earlier? I saw you were paying attention pretty carefully.
You said I could do the $25 payments.
25 a month
Yes.
for a total of 250.
Do I need to make my first one today?
Stay out of trouble, and you can make your first one at any time you want. It's scheduled for, you don't have to make a payment until March 16th.
March 16th.
That's in the agreement itself.
Okay, thank you.
250, 25 a month, March 16th. Far more important than the money is the, no criminal law violations. And again, you've given up your rights to trial. If the city proves you violated the agreement, that would result in a reading of the police reports, a finding of guilty and up to 90 days in jail. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to get the charge dismissed, have it go away, but it's up to you to take care of that.
Yes, sir.
That obligation. Mr. Brialba, good luck to you. You take care. Again, get a copy of it, read it over carefully, and give Mr. Everco a call if you have any questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck. Take care, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Next matter would be judged on the 11 o'clock calendar, number 3 and 4, I believe. Let's see. Oh, actually, I'll recall those. That's Justin Davis. He's here, but I still need to talk with Mr. Davis. And I also have
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, and I also have an Irvin Green here that I need to speak with. And so I'll proceed to talk with him now and
Have that chance. Back on record, Mr. Evercole, I'll defer to you for the.
Thank you, Judge. There we go. Okay, this is Nichelle Williams. She's item number 13 on the 10 o'clock calendar.
Ms. Williams, good afternoon. Is that how you pronounce your first name, Deshay?
Yes.
Deshay, middle initial D Williams. I'll turn to your attorney for the status of that.
Thank you, Judge. Oh, wait. Sorry about that. Go. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, conditions of which are remain law abiding for 12 months, pay a $250 probation fee, at the end of which time the matter shall be dismissed.
Ms. Williams, I'm looking at a SOC stipulated order of continuance. Have you gone over that with your attorney?
Yes.
This is an agreement between you and the city, under the terms of which, if you stay out of trouble, pay a $250 probation fee. There's an issue of restitution, it looks like, but that may or may not come back to be determined as the docket entry. If there is a request for any restitution, and that comes up later, we'll let you know, and you're entitled to a hearing on that. Now, in return for this agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial, and we'll simply continue the matter for 364 days. And if you're in full compliance, the case will be dismissed. Now, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result in a more likely than not in a finding of guilty. Okay? Any question at all? I'm going to sign the agreement. What I want you to do is get a copy of that and you can do that at the window out front. Get a copy of the agreement, read it over carefully, and if you have any questions, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Good luck to you. You take care. Hopefully, we can review the matter in a year and dismiss the case. You take care. Good morning.
On sign right here. This is Mr. Urban Green. That is number 5 on the 11 o'clock calendar.
What is your, for the record, is your name Urban Lee Green? Good morning.
Filing a motion for continuance, we'd just like to reset pretrial in the ordinary course to conduct some additional plea negotiations and discussions with the city.
We'll reset it out to the convenient date. Mr. Green, we're going to continue the matter at your request. Always a good idea to discuss the matter completely and fully before anything happens on the record. For that reason, we're resetting it to March, probably.
Give me, at least a month. So, yeah.
They'll be in order, resetting the matter. Mr. Green, what I want you to do is get a copy of the order at the window, outside the courtroom to your left. Stay in touch with Mr. Havard. Go ahead. Of course, law-abiding behavior is always a condition of any pretrial meetings. Resetting it to March 30th. Signing the order as we speak. Mr. Green, thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience. Order is signed. Get a copy of it and enjoy the day. You take care.
So I know still need to speak with Justin, David.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, how are you? Mr. Jones.
Davis on call.
I,
So, Mr. Jones has, Mr. Jones has, a number of matters, some of which are compliance issues, but he's got, 1, 2, 3, 4 pretrial issues. Parties have reached an agreement. And he is going to be entering, straight pleas to the theft pretrial cases, so that would be numbers 10 and 11. And then upon the court's acceptance of those pleas, city would move to dismiss calendar numbers 12 and 13. And I need to insert, I don't know if the victim is going to make a restitution claim, but I'm just going to insert in the agreement that restitution is reserved and that total probation fee is $250 total, both cases. So the recommendations, it's all suspended time on both theft cases. Essentially $125 probation case fee on each case for a total between the two theft matters of a total of $250. The issue of restitution reserved, no criminal law violations for 12 months.
Mr. Jones, do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
understood, yes, yes,
For the record, is your full name Clifford, middle initial D Jones?
yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Jones, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty that tells me you're 28 years of age. Have you gone through the plea agreement with your attorney?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And if you had any questions, did he answer your questions?
Just if we could maybe make it to payment arrangement.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But if you had any questions about the whole process, were your questions answered?
Hey, I believe so, yes. Yes, sir.
Now, the plea that I have is to 2 counts of theft in the 3rd degree, one on January 19th of 2023, and the other on January 6th of 2023. Theft in the 3rd degree is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and $5,000 each charge. You realize that? Now, if I accept the pleas, I can give, you've given up the rights to go to trial, all the rights contained in paragraph 5, and I would be able to impose up to the maximum on you, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yes, yes, I do.
Mr. Jones, with that in mind, as to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred in Yelm on January 19th of 2023, and another count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on January 6th of 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Do you make those pleas of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make? By the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Now, the recommended sentence has been given to me by your attorney. Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
I'm sorry.
You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, now's the time.
I just apologize for the hassle that has been from me. I'm trying to really change my.
Mr. Jones, the
I'm trying to
important,
take my words here and not come back to.
the important thing is to not apologize, but to learn not to keep repeating the same mistake over and over.
That's what I'm.
Mr. Radcliffe, anything to add to the sentencing recommendation? Mr. Jones, I'll follow it. 364 days on each charge, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay Court costs in the amount of $125 each, charge for a total of $250. City taking any action on the compliance issues, that's docket numbers 7, 8, and 9. Mr. Jones, you're racking up a fair amount of suspended jail time. I don't want to have to impose any of it at any time. You also have signed today a promise to appear in Olympia Municipal Court on March 1st at 8:01 in the morning. You recall that?
Okay.
Now, if you don't show up, they're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. And you know what that will result in.
Yeah, I don't want to cause more trouble for them either, so I'll be sure to make sure to show up there.
Make sure you show up, stay out of trouble, at least show up and put in your appearance.
Olympia in March, what, Your Honor?
That's at March 1st at 8:01. I believe you've been given a copy of the agreement. It has that on there.
I'll make sure to make that, Your Honor.
Or any issue of restitution. If we haven't had a restitution request,
Yeah, I.
This is pretty recent.
Yeah, I put that in there. Maybe they recovered the shoes. There were a couple of packages that were taken off the porch of an individual, and maybe they were recovered by the police.
well,
So a pair of slacks and some shoes or something.
Mr. Jones, if that does become an issue, you have a right to be heard on that, have a hearing on that. We'll let you know if you do.
Okay, sure.
The most important thing here is, you know, they stop racking up the charges.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Jones, that concludes the matter. Get a copy of today's paperwork at the window, and again, make sure you show up in Olympia on the first of next month, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. Thank you for appearing.
God bless you. Thank you.
And you as well. Take care. Mr. Davis, I guess we'll take your matter at this time. Come on up, have a seat.
So, Your Honor, this matter, Mr. Davis comes before the court on a pretrial hearing. Criminal trespass, second degree, parties have reached an agreement. He intends on entering a straight plea guilty to the charge. I've gone over a statement and found out plead guilty with him. Recommendation being 90 days in jail, all suspended for 12 months on the condition no new criminal law violations. You pay a $250 probation fee.
Mr. Davis, for the record, is your full name Justin B. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis, the plea form tells me you're 35 years of age. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
What's that?
Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney? And if you had any question, this is your question answered.
All right.
Plea is to one count of criminal trespass in the second degree. That's a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Now, if I accept the plea, two things. You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no witnesses, no appeal. And two, there'll be a sentencing that I could impose up to the maximum 90 days, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that?
Yeah.
As to one count of criminal trespass and the second degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on December 9th, 2022. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes,
Anybody make any threats or promises to make you plead guilty?
no, sir.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Anything you'd like to tell me?
I'm sorry, I keep on getting trespasses, but I just feel like I'm kind of getting bullied, like I can't go anywhere. And it's like, even one of the officers recently, I just got another trespass and he made the comment of, well, I guess it's kind of getting hard for you to stay in Yelm, huh? It just makes me feel like I'm getting pushed out of town, you know? And I think it's because I'm homeless, you know, to be honest, and that's how they treat homeless people, if they want to push us out of town. That's just how it feels.
That does make it tough. That does make it tough. Do the best you can. Try and stay away from where you've been trespassed from. That may be difficult, but do the best you can. That's all I can ask. 90 days, all suspended. Any fine recommendation?
Oh, if I didn't put in there, Judge, I can add it. Sorry about that. It was-
I'm not sure that Mr. Davis has any
yeah,
ability.
a 250 probation fee, I believe, was in there, I believe.
That's
Yeah, it's 250 probation fee. But it's up, you know,
Mr. Davis, are you able to pay that 30 to 25 a month if I impose a probation fee?
I can try, I don't really have a lot of income right now, but if
Let's give it a try, and if you can, that's fine, but if you can't, let us know. And we'll deal with that when we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay.
Mr. Davis, I'm gonna wish you the best of luck, and again, you know, it's always good to see you, but B, maybe it's not a good thing to be readily identified when you walk into a courtroom, right, by the judge and the prosecutor.
Yeah,
Maybe that's not a good thing.
maybe come to visit sometime when I don't have work.
Well, why don't you? Yes, you're more than welcome to do just that, and but I would like to see you here sometime when you're not here, because you have to be here.
Right.
I'd rather you show up because you wanted to say hello. In any event, good luck to you.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you.
There'll be a judgment and sentence that I'm reviewing and signing now. Mr. Davis, you can get a copy of that at the window before you leave. I guess we can address the,
yeah, the no-shows on the.
not too many today.
No, on the 10 o'clock, I haven't had any, I don't have any good contact information on Floyd Schaffer. So I'm for a pretrial today on a theft charge, so I just don't have any information. Really don't have any contact information with Mr. Schaffer either.
Advice to be here, city of emotion.
Yep.
So ordered.
And the next one is Ms. Zetter. I know your honors. With Ms. Zetter, she has appeared in the past. I
Yes.
believe Last time, my recollection is last time she didn't appear. But because I think at some point or another, I received maybe an email from her. I think we all agree that we can just note the failure to appear last time, and we reset with notice. In the meantime, since the last court date, I haven't been able to have any contact with her, so I don't, at this point, I don't have any new information as to her non-appearance.
If you like, we can note the non-appearance and reset it. If you think that would do any good.
I mean.
Let's reset with notice. No show, note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes, reset with notice.
The 11 o'clock, I did have, I believe, some contact information of the Deanna Grass, and I had prepared a fee form for,
Yes.
reduction. So anyway, I anticipated she would be here. I don't have any information as to her absence.
You been in contact? Thought you had a resolution?
Let me just take a look, just, let's see. Where's Brad's? See what my last.
You got the form in the old courts. I was kind of thinking she might be here.
I spoke to her on February 10 and had a number for her, and she had indicated she wanted to come to court and take care of the matter. So I did speak with her on the 10th.
Usually since there's been some communication, let's reset with them.
Sure.
Built the non-appearance, speedy trial.
And then looks like the next no-show is Cody Shock, and don't have any information on Cody Shock.
He's got two drug related and theft card. Advised to be here, necessary for the furtherance of his case, city of motion. 1,000 each.
I think that's everything.
And that, I think that is everybody as far as, Donnie, unless I missed somebody. That will go off record. Good afternoon. We'll call the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Before I call you up one at the time, I need to advise you that you do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. Mr. Haverco is seated at the council table. He will at least enter a plea on your behalf at this time. Typically, we set the matter for a pretrial. Pretrial gives you a chance to discuss the matter with your attorney, reach an agreement regarding the case if you can. If you can't, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in which the county is, in which county the offense has been committed. If you have any questions about your rights, or what you're charged with, ask either Mr. Haverco or myself. We're going to call first Yelm versus Adrian Boland. Mr. Cutter, I see you've appeared on behalf of the and good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Adrian James Boland?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Boland, the citation I have alleges in honor about January 30th, 2023. You committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Turn to the attorney for the entry of a plea. You wish any formal advisement or rights or?
Absolutely. I give all his rights to bring when I come, like away from the charges. We do not receive the complaint, we like enter a plea, not give it to your honor. Thank you.
We'll set the matter for a pretrial. What would be a convenient date? From here, we go to March 2nd, 16th, 30th.
Your honor, could we request, is that March 30th?
March 30th would be, yes, is a court date, if that's gonna work.
Okay.
City wish for any different unusual conditions, standard conditions, don't drive unless licensed and insured, stay in touch with your attorney, no consumption of alcohol of any kind. If any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. That about covers it. Mr. Cutter, any?
Not at all, your honor, I could go within, with the same conditions, no consumption of alcohol, which we need, I think, as well, as Tuesdays. We could be, we'll have everything in order by the time we come back here.
Perfect. Mr. Boland, we're going to set the pretrial for March 30th, 2023, 9 a.m. I'm going to sign a order to that effect. You'll be able to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left. You, your attorney, and you will both have a copy, and we'll see you back here at the end of March. Okay? Any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Boland, thank you for appearing. Mr. Cutter, good to see you. You take care.
Here's one, your honor. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. I think we have one more attorney matter, which I will call at this time. Mr. Montello?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So I'm not sure how to pronounce your
Yeah,
name.
Gartrell.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Zachary Lee Montello? Am I pronouncing that right?
Montello.
Right. Mr. Montello, the citation alleges in honor about February 3rd, 2023. You committed the criminal offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will at this time turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Yes, Your Honor, and for the record, Tony Gartrell, on behalf of the client, we would be entering the plea of not guilty at this time. We have not received a complaint, but we would waive formal reading.
Stipulation of probable cause,
Yeah.
et cetera. City wish for any additional unusual conditions? Standard conditions of release will apply. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court when you're scheduled. We'll set it for a pretrial at this time, March 2nd, 16 or 30 at 9 a.m.
Your Honor, if I can, 1 second here. You said March.
2, 16 or 30.
We take 30?
30 is fine. There is no objection from the city. Well,
There is a traffic infraction that we'd ask to track.
yes, there is. I should have mentioned that there is a traffic infraction that'll just track along with the criminal offense. Plea of not permitted is entered in behalf of that. Thanks so much. That concludes the matter. I'll sign a order here when I get to it. Mr. Mantello, stay in touch with your attorney and we'll see you back here on March 30th, 9 o'clock. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alicia Ann Nicholas. Good afternoon, ma'am. For the record, is your name, full name Alicia, middle initial, middle name Ann Nicholas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Citation I have alleges that on or about February 3rd, 2023, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney?
Yes.
I'll appoint Mr. Havergo to represent you at this hearing, and he'll represent you throughout the course of your case should you be indigent, and that's your wish. Mr. Havergo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause as the court can or not guilty plea.
Mr. Kulis, as I indicated earlier, that preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which will set for March 2nd at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to sign an order to that effect. Only conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, and stay in touch with your attorney, and of course, appear back here on March 2nd. Any questions at all? Thank you for appearing.
Yeah, that's good. And also write down your phone number.
Mr. Kulis, I have signed the order setting the pretrial date and the conditions. Please get a copy of today's order outside the courtroom and to your left. Thank you for appearing, and we'll see you back here in March. Take care. Justin Devaney? Is Justin Devaney here? Come back to that matter. How about Mark England? Mr. England, come on up and have a seat if you would. Full name Mark David England.
Yes.
Mr. England, the citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about January 26, 2023, you committed the offenses of hit and run, attended and operated a vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. Each of those charges are what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine for each. Are you asking for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes.
I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter under the conditions earlier stated. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate probable cause ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. England, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf that preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for March 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, and that would include if you're required to have ignition interlock, you're not to drive unless you do have it. Any questions at all? No, sir. There are two infractions they'll attract along with the criminal offense. Mr. England, once again, I want you to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
All right, before you go.
Again, any questions?
Write down your, no, Your Honor. Write down your phone number right in here. Just write your phone number. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Good. That's it. There you go.
Mr. England, thank you. Patricia Ann Hagan. Patricia Hagan. Ms. Hagan, good afternoon. For the record, is your full name Patricia Ann Hagan?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hagan, the citation I have alleges that on or about February 7th, 2023, committed the offenses of theft, third degree, and criminal trespass, first degree. Each of those charges is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty of conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to represent you. He will this time enter a plea on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate the probable cause on both charges. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Ms. Hagan, once again, plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for March 16th at 11 o'clock in the morning. Sign an order to that effect. When it's ready, we'll ask you to do the same.
There you go. Yeah, that's good. You will be in a second.
So again, good luck to you. Again, get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Any questions at all? Thank you for appearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ross Hanson in the courtroom. Ross Hanson. Mr. Hanson, I guess you're the other part of the England case called earlier.
I don't know how I'm involved other than it.
The car was arrested, the car was registered in your name, and that's why, that's the source of your involvement, but as it turns out, you were not the individual driving it, and for that reason, I think it's appropriate to dismiss the charge, and I will do so at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hanson, thank you for appearing. I could guess as to how these things happen. It's not an unusual situation, but hey, it's your charge is dismissed. I want to thank you for appearing. You take care of yourself and good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Joseph Harper. Is Joseph Harper in the courtroom? Ah, Harper, are you able to come up and have a seat or?
In 2014, they evaluated him using competencies so I'm not sure why they wrote a citation because they never used in these situations. But I am his mother and his care provider for 31 years. So he's pretty upset about being removed from past trial.
I'm reviewing a note submitted to the court by a Sunshine Harper. Mr. Redfield, do you have that in your file? Now, do you have anything in writing from the court that had that evaluation done?
They didn't give us anything. Taken the hospital. At one point, I was talking to the prosecutor and I had a cell phone and he was counting understood because we had a niece in the office and understood what we went through and so I would just talk to her and then I would be dismissed. There was never, I never dealt with someone writing a citation. Previously, they would put him in jail, which he has a lot of trauma from that, because it's not the place for him to be. And
So that's when, at one point, they told him they wouldn't release him until they could evaluate him for competency. And so, computer and the defense attorney just kind of hired somebody on their own, so they can help get you released.
I'm reviewing the officer's statement here. I think I do glean from the report is this seems to be a recurring situation with the St. Peter Hospital. Is city had a chance to review the matter? This is one of those. Here from the representation, if I needed to know, he was entered in an earlier term. Sure. I'm going to dismiss the case without prejudice, which means that the city uncovers further information that the citation could be reissued. But that will be the order today. The charge will be dismissed without prejudice. That's it. If you come up in the, with the mask, it's a little hard, and my old ears and the acoustics in here, it's a little hard to.
To hear, yeah. I'm having a hard time hearing because of my neck.
Me too.
And as a mother of an adult with Down syndrome for 31 years, and as somebody who's a part of the Down syndrome community and other parents, that our society really needs respite centers for when these things happen. That there doesn't need to be an arrest, that there needs to be, even if there's just one respite center in even each county, it would be really great for adults with developmental disabilities.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. That's a situation I've run into time and time again. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Don't get me started. That's I could go on for quite a while. But the funding always seems to be directed elsewhere. I'll say no more. I'll say no more.
That's exactly how I feel. And, you know, they take them to the hospital and the hospital turns around and calls me and I come get them in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So there's no solution here. I am starting him with behavior modification therapy for BDA, so we're trying, but
What else can you do?
yeah.
What else can you do?
Yeah.
Mr. Harper, you take care.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You take care of yourself
Thank you.
and take care of Joseph.
Yeah.
He's lucky to have you. Marcel Harris in the courtroom. Mr. Harris, if you step forward, have a seat. Full name Marcel Harris. Yes. Here's the citation I have alleges on or about January 30th, 2023. You were cited for violating the terms and condition of this order restricting contact. That That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court appointed attorney?
Yes.
Are you working at this time?
No.
You did postpone in this matter.
My wife did.
Mr. Everco, I'll appoint you to represent Mr. Harris.
Would stipulate probable cause, and ask the court to enter not guilty pleas to both charges.
Mr. Harris, the order I sent to the jail did set bail and it did require that you return to court for conditions prior to release. The jail released you by mistake. I immediately issued a warrant for your arrest with high bail. That warrant is in effect right now. I have significant concerns with this case. Can you furnish us with a residential address where you're living?
I live here in Yelm.
An address?
What?
Could you give me an address where you live?
It's 11617 74th Avenue South. It's Seattle, Washington.
In Seattle?
Yes.
Conditions of release. For law of any behavior, there was a no contact order with Xander, Benia. Has there been any violation of that?
Well, no.
Well,
Lives with his father and Marcel is moved out of the house to make sure that there's no contact. All of the children are out of the house. Sandy is staying in the house. That's not. He's staying with us, and we've been in contact with other boys. Race, we've been at home and county. The only reason there was any violation of that is because.
I don't need to hear anything about the case. Presumption is innocent until proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Don't need to hear anything about the case at this time. Mr. Harris, you did post bail. There's a note here that we need the original bond. What company bonded you? We don't even know that.
It was Aladdin. It's affordable bonds.
Which one?
Affordable bonds.
Affordable bonds?
Yes.
Mr. Harris, we're going to set a pretrial March 16th, 10 a.m. I'll quash the warrant for your arrest. I'll ask the city to verify the address given. Mr. Harris, if the address is not verified, I'm going to immediately reissue a warrant. But we need to know where you are. Signing the order.
Sign on the dad. That's your promise to appear. And I need a phone number, right, your phone number. So is that, so it's 266-8242? Yes. Okay.
Sheriff, I want you to get a copy of today's order by going to the counter outside the courtroom to your left and be back here on March 16th at 10 a.m. That concludes the hearing. Free to leave. Odessa Jones Anderson. Joseph Kukurik. And you are? Could you have a seat next to if Mr. Havercoat there? Full name Joseph Rudolph Kukurik. Yes, sir. Did I pronounce your name right? Sir. Thank you. How's your day going? Glad to see you here. And you told me you would be, and here you are. Citation I have alleged in honor about January 16, 2023. You committed the offense of theft third degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for a court-appointed attorney? Yes, sir. I'll appoint Mr. Havercoat to enter a plea on your behalf and represent you throughout the course of the case.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Kukurik, pretrial is set for March 16, 2023. Conditions release are stay out of trouble, no law violations, stay in touch with your attorney, and reappear here on March 16. Thank you, Your Honor.
You need to sign this pad. Okay. Yeah, I need a phone number.
Yeah, 30 878 878 80
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Oh, 66796. Perfect. Great, thank you. You good? Free to go? Yeah.
Yes, have a good day. Very good. You too. You take care. Again, you got a copy of today's order. You'll have the conditions on it and your court date and time. And take care. Good luck. John Langdale. Caden Long. Stephen Morris. Good afternoon. Mr. Morris, the city, given the nature of the offense you were charged with, may have a motion in your case. This is docket number 16 and 17.
Yes, Your Honor, city needs to amend first offense number 16 to Municipal operators in second degree.
Mr. Morris, for the record, your name is Stephen Michael Morris. What just happened is this: you were cited for a criminal offense. DWS third degree is a misdemeanor. If you're convicted of that, you could go to jail for up to 90 days and get a fine of up to $1,000. The city has amended the charge to a civil infraction. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction. You admit or deny it. There's no possibility of any jail time. All I can do is impose a fine. If you admit the fine, you're also cited for two other infractions, no insurance and expired registration. If you admit those, I'll impose a fine and set you up on a payment plan, and that'll take care of the matter. Okay. Now, do you have any questions?
No, then, I'm guilty of it, I guess.
Not guilty. You admit infractions. Yeah. If you admit them, I'll impose a penalty.
Okay.
It'll be $150 on no valid operator's license, $150 on no insurance, and $100 on expired registration. The insurance one's the pricey one. $553. The question I have is, do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license?
Not exactly.
I would go to the Department of Licensing and find out what you need to do. We live in a world where you've got to be able to drive one way or the other. So yeah, get your license reinstated. It's usually unpaid infractions that put you in this sort of situation. Now we'll set your payments at $25 a month. First payment would be due March 16th. Is that going to work for you?
Yeah.
Now, if you don't make the payments and we don't hear from you, that'll hurt your license.
Okay.
If you can't make the payments, financial circumstances, we never know how they're going to change. I want you to give us a call, contact us. That is something we can do about it. But if you don't do anything, it'll go to the Department of Licensing as an FDA, failure to appear, and we're back to square one.
Okay.
I want to urge you to, I can't order you to do anything, but I want to urge you to take whatever steps you need to do to get your license reinstated.
Will do.
Now, I'm going to sign an order setting the conditions of the payment. I want you to get a copy of this at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Any question at all? Mr. Morris, I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and once again, I hope you get your license reinstated in due course of time. Take care of yourself. You as well. Kylie Shelton. Ms. Shelton, good afternoon. Thank you for appearing. Yes, you have. You're making wonderful attempts, and you're getting here on time. That's, oh boy, that might be going a little overboard.
Hey, you're on. Right?
In any event, and for the record, your full name is Kylie, middle initial M, Shelton.
Yes, sir.
Citation alleges in honor about January 10th, 2023, you committed the offenses of hit and run attended and driving a license suspended, revoked third degree. Hit and run attended is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Driving a license suspended, revoked third degree is a simple misdemeanor. Maximum penalty there would be 90 days in jail or a $1,000 fine upon conviction. I'll appoint Mr. Everco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Ms. Shelton, the plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. And that will be on March 16th at 10 o'clock. Conditions of release, of course, are don't drive unless licensed and insured and have law-abiding behavior. Any question at all?
No, so you said March 16th at 10?
March 16th at 10.
You don't need to write down yet.
Now, Mr. Everco will want your contact information, and you'll get a copy of the today's order. It'll have his information on there and your court date.
And do you have a phone number?
2000, or no, sorry, 425 738 8099. And then like absolute worst case scenario, my mom's phone number will always work. So you can absolutely get a hold of me, 253 232 4024. And her name is Lynn.
Okay,
So she's not on her normally my point of contact.
okay, perfect.
Cool. Anything else from me?
No, it's great.
Beautiful.
Ms. Shelton, thank you. You take care. Have a good day. Don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window out the courtroom to your left. It'll have the court date, time, and Mr. Everco's information in there. Thank you. Jamie Voigt, Anna Weber. Somebody is here for court. Hayden Long,
Your last name's Long? She for the ticket calendar? Or-
Hayden Long. Have your file, come on up and have a seat if you would. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Full name Hayden, no middle initial Long.
Kaden Nicole Long.
Okay, thank you. Citation I have alleges that on or about February 9th, 2023, you committed the offense of assault in the fourth degree domestic violence. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine. Are you asking for an attorney? I'm gonna appoint Mr. Aberco to represent you in this one.
So would stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
As long as a plea of not guilty has been entered, that preserves your rights pending a pretrial. We will in a moment,
Oh, yeah. No problem.
we will set a pretrial for March 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Conditions release or law-abiding behavior. Now, when I spoke to you in jail, one of the conditions was no contact with Brandy DeFord. Is that going to be a problem?
No, I just have some questions about that.
That is probably something you should talk to Mr. Haverco.
Is there no contact order in this case?
It's as a condition.
Okay.
No formal DV order entered, no.
So that's my mom.
Oh.
I live with my grandma and I was having the eviction notice. My mom was.
You know, she would look at that. Do you have any idea?
My mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom doesn't want to know contact. with anyone.
There is no contact.
But it's condition of my release.
Right.
So that if I violate it, I have to back to jail.
I don't know if anyone's had any contact with the alleged victim, which is the mom. What she's telling me is that she was living with her grandma
And mom.
and I guess there's an eviction involved. So
I remember
the only place she can go back to is to live with mom. Now, she indicates that, you know, it's okay if she goes back to her mom's part of, you know.
Yeah, she didn't want to press charges or have me be arrested that day, but because of the DD, Washington State, somebody has to be. The court had that.
So I mean, you know, what I gather is that, you know, it's a family, I presume a family, yeah, you know, mom, daughter situation, and mom hopefully is not someone who wants to exclude her from the home. So I guess just to the extent that the city would entertain it, is just have a release order to continue in place, just, you know, no hostile contact. As opposed to no contact, just no hostile contact would be my suggestion. Unless the city has other concerns.
I just have a 1-year-old son.
Okay.
This long, the only thing that makes me hesitate is you've got some history here that doesn't speak well for you, but we aren't going to go into that. I'm going to modify it to no hostile contact. Now, what that means is if somebody is going to call the police and they come, you're going to be the one to go to jail. That's basically what that means. I like to explain it also as if things get a little bit heated between the two of you and things are escalating, it's up to you to get away from the situation until things calm down. I'm going to sign an order resetting or setting the pretrial.
Why don't sign it first? Let's get that. And the other thing is, I also need a phone number. Yeah.
That's it. 433 666
666. Oh, okay. 433-6662. Okay. Okay. Cool. No, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm getting one, but I have a juvenile, but I got it sealed.
No, it's not sealed.
had it sealed on the eighth, it was supposed to be sealed the week after my 18th birthday. My last charge was
It's all here.
the new where you get a copy.
No, you can get a copy, but I can't do it. All right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Such a big deal for me to be.
Right, right.
So it's- So I just do that, 'cause I called him about my record before, and there wasn't a record. But once it, it's like.
Signing the order dismissing Mr. Harper's case.
They seal it, they can't even go back. Last one, it was in the summer.
Okay.
The following Monday. My feels that my court case, I'm not gonna consider.
I think. I think they are.
And with that, we'll go off record. So. Back on record with the 1 o'clock no shows. The first one I have is Justin Devaney. Mr. Devaney was cited for no valid operating license without ID. Amend that charge to with and FTA. Next one I have is Odessa Jones Anderson. Well, probable cause was found on her when I released her from custody on February 6th. On her promise that she would be here without fail on February 16th. She did not. 2,500 cash or bond, and of course, PC was found on February 6th. John Langdale, same thing. That was the medical PR. Did not appear, given the court date of the 16th. Given the nature of the charge, 2,500 cash or bond warrant will issue. I find probable cause for the issuance to him of hit and run, unattended and driving under the influence of intoxicants. The next would be Jamie Lynn Voigt. Now that is DWS third as well. So I think, yeah, amend to go ball 2 and FTA it. And then the last one is the one that just called, Ms. Weber. Ms. Weber, this case, this goes back to 2020, I think. Yeah, data violation 20120, no. I'm looking at the wrong file. 11/13/2020 is the data violation. I released her from custody, and of course, she's been in warrant status before. On February 14th, with her absolute promise she would appear. Apparently, she went to the wrong court. 2,500 cash or bond. But if she shows up before 5, reset instead. That's the no shows I have until the 2:30 calendar. We'll go off record for a little bit. I'm gonna call the matters of Yelm, the Kimberly Armstrong. There's a lot of fine review matters here, as well as one either a contested hearing or a mitigation hearing. I'm not sure which. I guess your request is, well, I'll listen to you.
Well, I kind of wanted to explain the situation that, it was a couple of years ago, I got pulled over and because he wanted to talk to the person that was in my car with me that I was helping move. And so he pulled me over and he was talking to her. And then he asked me for my information and I told him, I said, I have it. I said, I'm helping her move. I said, it's in my shirt, my sweatshirt in the back seat. And whoever loaded my car put all the boxes on top of my sweatshirt. I said, and I gave him my license number and he ran it and everything came back clear and fine. And he told me, he goes, from now on, you have to keep your license on you at all times because you can get a ticket for that. I apologized and we went about our business. My mailing address was at my mother's house. Apparently he had mailed me a ticket and my mom didn't give me the mail. And so next thing I know, I got pulled over and the officer told me that my license was suspended. And I said, no, I've only been pulled over one other time. And I explained what happened there. And he said, well, it looks like he mailed you a ticket. And I said, well, I didn't receive it because my mother didn't give it to me. And so that's how my license got suspended. And then just recently when I got pulled over again, I was on Morris Road facing the feed store, the Tractor Supply there. And I was supposed to go to the Tractor Supply, but I accidentally started turning left. And I thought, oh shoot, I was supposed to go to the Tractor Supply. So I pulled into AMPM and just went around and then pulled into the other driveway at Tractor Supply there on the other side. And then all of a sudden I see these blue lights and what did I do? And he said, it looked like you were trying to avoid me. And I says, why would I try? No, I wasn't trying to avoid you or anything. I didn't even know that you were there. And I didn't think that I could get pulled over for just because it looked like I was trying to avoid him.
Well, yeah, it looks like you've got 5 items on the docket. 4 of them are unpaid tickets that are in collections. And then the 5th one is this January 2nd ticket you got.
Now, I've only been pulled over the three times that before that, I had gotten my driver's license back and got it reinstated and everything. Because there was only the tickets that were being held, my driver's license, I paid those off.
All right.
And got my driver's license back.
It looks like sometimes they don't get sent to Department of Licensing as FTAs. I don't know about that, but we're looking at where we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different citations. No driver's license on person. That was in November of 2012.
Oh, I got my driver's license back since then.
Okay, and that must be off your record then.
Yeah, because I called and I asked them, they said after apparently 7 years, then it gets.
They drop it.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, now what do you want me to do with the ones that are still holding up your license?
Well, I was hoping that you would be able to pull the one out of collection. There should be only that, because I called the collections and the Department of Drivers. And I got the slip here that says that it's only the one ticket that's holding back my driver's license right now. And
that is, what ticket is that?
I'm sorry?
Which ticket is that? Is there a number on there?
Yes, it says citation number is 4Z as in zebra 0433345.
Yep.
And they said that's the only one that's holding back
That's
my
holding up
driver's.
your license, okay? And the rest of them are, is that one in collections or no?
This one here is in collections. Yes, I called and spoke with Katie at the collection agency. And she said it would be up to the judge to be able to pull it out of collections so that I can pay it and get my license back.
Oh, it's it looks like there's that ticket goes back to 2014. It looks like there's $350 owing on it.
How much?
$350?
$350.
Are you able to make any, I can pull it out of collections, but, and set you up on a payment plan, but I would like to have a down payment of some kind of.
I've got $100 right now in my wallet that I can put down on it. I've got like 200 more that I've been saving up for this purpose to, if I needed, if I needed to, I could, but that's at home, but I've got it and I could, pay it to the courts if it'll help me get my driver's license back. That's my main priority. And I was hoping with the ticket that I just received that, I found it kind of silly that he even pulled me over saying that I looked like I was trying to avoid him, but I was hoping that maybe you could drop that one if I pay this one off in full.
Can you pay $350 within the next, say by March 2nd?
I can pay it tomorrow if that'll get me my license back. I mean, I would be able to pay it today, but I live in Rainier and I'd have to go back and forth, but I will, I can come in tomorrow and pay it if that'll get my license back. It is so embarrassing not having my license.
We'll just leave the other ones alone since they aren't bothering you, but yes, as part of the, we'll dismiss ticket ending in 293, that's January 2nd, 2023, date of violation. Excuse me. We'll dismiss that if you come in by the end of the day tomorrow and pay $350, and we'll pull that from collections, and so you'll be able to get your license back.
Done.
Is that gonna work?
That'll work. Perfect. I appreciate
Perfect,
it.
that's what we'll do.
Gosh, this is so much off my shoulders.
Yeah, and it's just money. It's just money. And we live in a world where you gotta be able to drive. So
Well, it's a lot more than that. It's my freedom. It's my, being
It
able to
is.
drive without being worried of getting pulled over.
without having one eye in the rear view mirror all the time and holding your breath every time you see an officer. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Do we need the order on this one?
It made it really hard because I've been homeless the last 2 years and I just recently, last 3 months, got a place to live.
Oh, wonderful.
And so I was basically living in my car and, you have to drive around when you live in your car. So it was like
Well,
really stressful,
yeah, that's,
very stressful.
that's, oh man,
But since I was given
car camping is a rough go anyway. That's,
my daughter got a place and luckily it had an extra little cottage on it. And so she says, you got a place now, Mom.
good for her. Good for her.
So I just come right in here to the window here to pay that.
Yep, pay
Okay.
for that and that'll,
I can pay the $100 today.
why don't you just do it all in one fell swoop?
Okay,
That
I
was,
can do that tomorrow then.
Unless you need $100 in the coffers today. That's, why don't you just do it all tomorrow, okay?
Okay,
Now. I'm signing the order on this. If you would, Mr. Armstrong, go to the window and get a copy of the order, bring it with you when you pay the $350 and I'm sure we'll remember by then, but bring it with you just in case, okay?
awesome. Thank you so much.
Hey, good, and hey, you get your license back, make sure, if you get an infraction in the future, make sure you get to court.
Yeah, I had no idea that he sent me that ticket. I had no idea. And
Sigh.
it's taken care of now, so.
Yeah, well, not until tomorrow,
Yeah.
not until tomorrow. You take care of yourself and
Thank you very much.
good luck to you.